Gita Varitramaja Surasena. Romanchakamba Chittarangabajo Vande Kuroshi Dharanaravinda. Hare Manmajanana Shingaratan Mandira Majanaro. Shri Grahara Dhanaritanara Shingaratan Mandira Majanaro.
Jai Tulasi Devi, Priya Keshavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Hari Devi, Satyataya Namo Namaha. Tulasi Devya Priya Vishwasucha Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi Satyavataya Namo Namaha
Vrinda Tulsi
Vrindaya Tulasi Devya Priya Vishwasucha Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi Satyavataya Namo Namaha
Tulsi Keshava Sucha Vishnu Bhakti Devi Sattataya Namo Namaha. Shrimati Tulsi Devi. After a 35-day journey from Calcutta, the Jaladuta reached Boston's Commonwealth Pier. At 5:30 a.m. on September 17th, 1965, the ship was to stop briefly in Boston before proceeding to New York City. Among the first things Srila Prabhupada saw in America were the letters, quote, A and P, painted on a pierfront warehouse. The gray waterfront dawn revealed the ships in the harbor, a conglomeration of lobster stands and drab buildings, and rising in the distance, the Boston skyline. Prabhupada had to pass through U.S. Immigration and Customs in Boston. His visa allowed him a 3-month stay, and an official stamped it to indicate his expected date of departure. Captain Pandya invited Prabhupada to take a walk into Boston, where the captain intended to do some shopping. They walked across a footbridge into a busy commercial area with old churches, warehouses, office buildings, bars, tawdry bookshops, nightclubs, and restaurants. Prabhupada briefly observed the city, but the most significant thing about his short stay in Boston, aside from the fact that he had now set foot in America, was that at Commonwealth Pier he wrote another Bengali poem entitled Markine Bhagavata Dharma, teaching Krishna consciousness in America. Some of the verses he wrote on board the ship that day are as follows. My dear Lord Krishna, you are so kind upon this useless soul, but I do not know why you have brought me here. Now you can do whatever you like with me. But I guess you have some business here, otherwise why would you bring me to this terrible place? Most of the population here is covered by the material modes of ignorance and passion. Absorbed in material life, they think themselves very happy and satisfied, and therefore they have no taste for the transcendental message of Vasudeva, Krishna. I do not know how they will be able to understand it, but I know that your causeless mercy can make everything possible, because you are the most expert mystic. How will they understand the mellows of devotional service? O Lord, I am simply praying for your mercy so that I will be able to convince them about your message. All living entities have come under the control of the illusory energy by your will, and therefore, if you like, by your will they can also be released from the clutches of illusion. I wish that you may deliver them. Therefore, if you so desire their deliverance, then only will they be able to understand your message. How will I make them understand this message of Krishna consciousness? I am very unfortunate, unqualified, and the most fallen. Therefore, I am seeking your benediction so that I can convince them for I am powerless to do so on my own. Somehow or other, O Lord, you have brought me here to speak about you. Now, my Lord, it is up to you to make me a success or failure, as you like. O spiritual master of all the worlds, I can simply repeat your message. So if you like, you can make my power of speaking suitable for their understanding. Only by your causeless mercy will my words become pure. I am sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their hearts, they will certainly feel gladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappy conditions of life. O Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance. Make me dance, O Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, nor do I have any knowledge, but I have strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I have been designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now, if you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. Signed, the most unfortunate, insignificant beggar, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, on board the ship Jaladuta, Commonwealth Pier, Boston, Massachusetts, USA, dated 18th September, 1965. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam bhavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama. Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare 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 Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. 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 Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, 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 Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram. Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Oh Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Pura Dham Ki Jai, Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Mai Ki Jai, Yamuna Mai Ki Jai, Tulasi Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Shri Shri Gaurnitai Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Gaur Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Srimad Bhagavatam, The Science of Krishna, Canto 2, The Cosmic Manifestation, Chapter 10. Bhagavatam is the answer to all questions. Text number 35. Amuni Bhagavat Rupe Maya Te Hi Anuvarnate Ube Api Na Krinanti Maya Shrishte Vipachita Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Mayate Yanuvarnate Ubeyapi Nagrinanti Maya Shrishte Vipashchitaha Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Maya Te Yanuvarnate Ubeyapi Nagrinanti Maya Shrishte Vipashchitaha Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Maya Te Yanuvarnate Ubeyapi Nagrinanti Maya Shrishte Vipashchitaha. Please chant. Bhagavad Rupe Vyate Varnate Nabeyapi Nagrinanti Mayashate Vipashitaha
Muni Bhagavat Rupe
Bhagavad Rupe
Bharate Yanavartate
Varnate
Ube Apinagananti
Nabeyapi Nagrinanti
Ashishte Vipaschitaha
Mayashate Vipashitaha.
Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Mayate Anuvarnite Ubheyapi Nagrihnanti Maya Srishte Vipashchitaha.
Amuni Bhagavadrupe Mayate Hyanuvarnite Ubhe Api Nagrinanti Maya Shrishte Vipashchitaha.
Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Mayate Yanuvarnate
Ube api nagrinanti Maya shishte vipashitata
Muni Bhagavad Rupe Ayate Hyanvarnite Ubhe api nagrinanti Maya Shishte Vipaschita
Omuni Bhagavad Rupe Maya Teha Anubanate Ubhe api nagranati Maya shishte vipashitata
Muni Bhagavad Rupe Maya Te Hanuvarnite Maya Shishte Vipaschita
Muni Bhagavan Rupe Maya Te Yanvardinite Upe api nagrinati Maya shishte vipashitata
Amuni Rupe Maya Tehi Anuvartite Ubhayapina Kriyanti Maya Shite Viva Shita
Amuni Bhagavad Rupe Vayate Hyanuvarnate Ube api nagrinanti Maya Shrishte Vipashtataha
Amuni, all these, Bhagavat, unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Rupe, in the forms, Maya, by me, Te, unto you, he, certainly, Anavarnate, described respectively, Ube, both, Api, also, Na, never, Vinanti, accepts, Maya, external, Shrishte, being so manifested, Vipachita, the learned one who knows. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Neither of the above forms of the Lord, as just described unto you from the material angle of vision, is accepted by the pure devotees of the Lord who know Him well. Purport. The impersonalists think of the absolute personality of Godhead in two different ways, as above mentioned. On the one hand, they worship the Lord in His Vishvarupa, or all-pervading universal form. And on the other, they think of the Lord's unmanifested, indescribable, subtle form. The theories of pantheism and monism are respectively applicable to these two conceptions of the Supreme as gross and subtle, but both of them are rejected by the learned pure devotees of the Lord because they are aware of the factual position. This is very clearly mentioned in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which records Arjuna's experience of the Vishvarupa of the Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna. Adrista Parvam, Rishatosmi Dristva, Bhayena Cha Prabhitam Manome, Tadeva Me Darsya Deva Rupam, Pasida Deve Sadhana Navasam. Bhagavad Gita 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. 11:45. Arjuna, as a pure devotee of the Lord, never previously saw the contemplated universal form of the Lord, Visvarupa, but when he did see it, his curiosities were satisfied. But he was not happy to see such a form of the Lord because of his attachment as a pure devotee. He was afraid to see the gigantic form of the Lord. He therefore prayed to the Lord to assume his four-handed Narayan or Krishna form, which alone could please Arjuna. Undoubtedly, the Lord has the supreme potency to exhibit himself in multifarious forms, but the pure devotees of the Lord are interested in his forms as eternally exhibited in the abode of the Lord, known as the Tripa Vibhuti, or Kingdom of God. The Lord in the Tripa Vibhuti abode exhibits himself in two forms, either with 4 hands or with 2 hands. The Visvarupa exhibited in the material manifestation has unlimited hands and unlimited dimensions, with everything unlimited. The pure devotees of the Lord worship him in his Vaikuntha forms as Narayan or Krishna. Sometimes the same Vaikuntha forms of the Lord are in the material world also by his grace as Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, Sri Nrsimhadev, etc. And thus the pure devotees also worship them. Usually the features shown in the material world have no existence in the Vaikuntha planets, and thus they are not accepted by the pure devotees. What the pure devotees worship from the very beginning are eternal forms of the Lord existing in the Vaikuntha planets. The non-devotee impersonalists imagine the material forms of the Lord, and ultimately they merge in the impersonal Brahmajyoti of the Lord, whereas the pure devotees of the Lord are worshippers of the Lord, both in the beginning and also in the perfect stage of salvation eternally. The worship of the pure devotees never stops, whereas the worship of the impersonalist stops after his attainment of salvation, and he merges in the personal form of the Lord, known as the Brahmajyoti. Therefore, the pure devotees of the Lord are described here as Vipashtita, or the learned who are in the knowledge of the Lord perfectly. Dhanavir Maharaj, we're eager to hear your comments on Srimad Bhagavatam.
The two aspects of the two aspects of the Lord, forms of the Lord, that the impersonalists accept are, one is the universal form. It's unlimited, Vishwarupa, all-pervading in the universe. But the pure devotees are not interested in that form because it sometimes manifests and sometimes not. It's not the eternal form of the Lord. It's the Lord using matter as a means for the impersonalist to begin to get some conception that God is a person. The Lord is, because they see the Lord in a personal way. For example, they say that the topmost planets of the universe are his head, and his feet are the lower planets, the hellish planets, they're his feet. And the sun is his eye, sun and moon are the eyes of the universal form. And the mountains are the bones, his bones. And the rivers are his veins. And in this way, this is a universal form. And the impersonalists can get some idea that, yes, there is a person here. It's like now we have impersonalists who are in the field of science. So they don't accept that the universal organization or form is a person. They they take it as impersonal. But if they would try to understand the impersonal form, as given in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, that would be a step in the right direction for them. The other impersonal form, and Krishna does also use this term in the Bhagavad Gita, he says that me and my non-manifest form, the entire universe is maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyaktamurtina, amurtina, without this form. Jagadavyaktamurtina, my non-manifested form, I pervade everything. That appears to be a contradiction. How can, if he's non-manifest in the form, then how can it be his form? But this is something that one needs to understand spiritual things, and that is that the Lord can do things that no one else can do. The Lord has inconceivable potencies. And if we don't accept that, then we've limited God, and he can't be limited. Then you've basically taken away his ability to be God, because being God means he has unlimited abilities beyond anyone's conception. So therefore, the Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva is a very good description, because it says simultaneously, inconceivably, one and different, which in somebody may object and say, well, you're just saying he can do anything, he can be anything, or he cannot be anything. Yes, that's true. He can be anything and not anything. He can be near and far away at the same time. He can be in my vision and not in my vision, as he likes. So understanding God can't be done on the material platform. Ataksha Krishna Namadi Nabhave Gram Indriyai Sevan Mukhi Jivado Swam Eva Spratita. It has to be understood, or the Lord has to be understood through the channel or the frequency, we used the term yesterday, on the frequency of devotional service. When one vibrates the holy name of the Lord and glorifies the Lord on the frequency of bhakti, then he can realize that the Lord agrees. He agrees to reveal himself to those who act on the platform of bhakti yoga. But those who try to understand him simply through the meditative process or speculative process, they don't come to that realization. They come to the realization that God has no form, God is everything. They think that when, just like if we take a piece of paper and we rip it up and make all these different pieces, then the piece of paper doesn't exist anymore, so to speak. It's all broken up. And they think that God has distributed himself in everything, therefore he has no personal existence. That's not correct. That's not complete. And they don't get the complete picture because they're not qualified. Just like one who begins studying law by studying one piece of paper from a law book. That's a good beginning, but if you really want to understand law, you have to go much further. You have to go through the whole procedure. Then you can understand law properly in practice and receive the benefits. Otherwise, they're just incomplete understanding. It's something. There's a verse that the three forms, Brahmayati, Paramatmayati, Bhagavaniti, Shabdate. Three ways of understanding the absolute truth: the impersonal, the localized in the form of Super Soul, Paramatma, and the Bhagavan realization. And the Bhagavan realization is complete. It includes the other two, whereas the other two do not include Bhagavan realization. They simply cannot understand that. So depending on what one is interested in, if he wants to get simply a vague idea of God and he's satisfied with that, then the Lord agrees. Yes, you can have that form. You can have that. It's like one who wants only the sunshine. He can have that sunshine. But if he wants to go further and understand the sun more, then he has to go to the sun planet. And if he wants to go even more, then he can meet the demigod in charge of the sun. There's a person there. But the person can't be seen by the first group. They only see the sun rays. So this is philosophy. And but it's more than just philosophy. It's not just theoretical. It can be realized. And the pure devotees do realize the Lord. And the Srimad Bhagavatam is the record of that. It describes it. How the Lord reveals himself in personal ways. In the spiritual world, how he reveals himself in the material world. Sometimes, as Prabhupada mentions in the purport, some of the eternal forms are manifest in the material world as Rama or Nrsimha or Krishna, Balaram. These are eternal forms. But they can be appreciated when they come to the material world. And that's a great opportunity. The Lord comes for all the people that are in the prison of material existence to become inspired to go back and get out of this prison. It's like if a great personality comes to associate with the prisoners in a penitentiary. That's supposed to be an impetus. And sometimes it happens that these prisoners become enlivened and they want to change their ways. They correct themselves. And so it acts as a great savior when the Lord comes in his original form. And Krishna is the original form. Ete changsha kalapung sam Krishnas tu Bhagavan Swayam. Injari vakulam lokam radyanti yuge yuge. When the Lord comes in his two-handed Shyamasundar form, that is his eternal form. And that's the form that the followers of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are engaged in worshiping, following in his footsteps.
Honorable Maharaj, thank you very much for your important words, expanding this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. So when Krishna was present 5,000 years ago, Krishna was so attractive that everyone was attracted to his Samyavapu. Samyavapu means a very beautiful form, two hands, appearing somewhat like a human being, but having all transcendental qualities and not affected by the modes of material nature. So this is the original form of the Lord. And Arjuna was also in a personal relationship with Krishna as his ever-present friend. So Arjuna was not so much interested in the universal form of the Lord, but sometimes the impersonalists try to worship this form, even though it's unlimited. So it's not very easy to worship something that's unlimited. Therefore, God comes in the form convenient for the worship of the devotee, just like Sri Sri Gauranatai. He comes in a form that's the human-sized form of the Lord, where it's easy to worship. And because we're attached to something material like stone or wood, he appears in these forms. These forms are not material, they're actually transcendental, because Krishna can turn anything material into spiritual. Originally, everything is spiritual because it's Krishna's energy. So these forms are authorized by the Lord. It's not idol worship as the atheists call them deity worship, idol worship. When I was in the elementary school system in the public schools, we were taught to worship things like the American flag. We were taught to salute the American flag and always respect it. And it was a crime to let the American flag touch the ground, even though this flag is a temporary symbol of a country that actually the land belongs to God. But we were taught to have a very great respect for this flag, and Boy Scouts, we were taught this whole protocol of how to worship the flag, how to hoist it up the flagpole and take it down at sunset, and it has to be folded very carefully. So this is actually idol worship of a temporary thing. But in Krishna consciousness, we were given the real object of worship, which is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So those who are in Krishna consciousness, they're very fortunate. And these transcendental forms, either two-handed or four-handed, they're accepted by the pure devotees of the Lord, and they're also accepted by the impersonalists, but their worship is time-severing worship, and they believe that when they reach perfection, they give up the worship of the Lord. Jai Shri Sri Gauranatai. Because they believe that any form is a form of illusion, and the ultimate reality is formless. So this is their poor fund of knowledge, and it's stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 2nd chapter, text 32. Yene vinindaktas vimuktimaninas tadasta bhavada visuddha buddhyaha ariya kritrena patam tata padantyato narita yusmat angriyaha. The impersonalists have some intelligence, but their intelligence is not purified. So even though they may rise up after severe austerities and many births, they may rise up to the Brahmajyoti and stay there for some time, but without taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord, they again fall down, and they fall back into the material world because their liberation is not perfect. They're called vimuktimaninas. They think themselves liberated, but they're actually not liberated, because real liberation means engaging in bhakti yoga as the eternal servant of the Lord. The impersonalists have the experience that in this material world, service is very unpalatable. If one is a slave or a menial servant, it's not a very respectable position. But in the spiritual world, the service is the highest thing. And in bhakti yoga, we're taught to serve in various ways, the form of the Lord, either Sri Sri Gauranatai or Radha Krishna or Lakshmi Nrsimha or Lakshmi Narayan. So these forms of the Lord have come to accept our service. If we want to serve the universal form of the Lord and then try to dress the universal form of the Lord is unlimited. If we take all the fabric and all the cloth shops in the universe, still we cannot make an outfit to fit an entity that's unlimited and all pervasive. But he comes in a suitable form just to accept our service. That's his causeless kindness. And in the hippie era, there was a demon named Jimi Hendrix, who was a famous musician, and on one of his album covers, he has the universal form, and his face is in the middle of the universal form. So the sometimes the demons are attracted by this glaring effulgent form with many heads and many hands and faces. But the pure devotees are not interested in such forms. Rather, they have a personal relationship with Krishna or Narayan. And in this relationship, because they experience transcendental bliss, they could give up all the other forms. And surrender to Krishna, surrender to the spiritual master, means giving up all other engagements. So this is very rarely seen in this material world. And when Srila Prabhupada came to New Vrindavan, he was on a morning walk, and one of his disciples asked him, "How many pure devotees are in the Krishna consciousness movement?" And Prabhupada replied, "All pure." So Prabhupada began ISKCON as a movement of pure devotees. They were aiming to go back home, back to Godhead, and to reestablish their eternal relationship with the Lord. And in Srimad Bhagavatam, all kinds of cheating religions are kicked out. So if one is a cheater in Kali Yuga, he can attract many followers. Just like a couple hundred miles northeast of Kansas City, there's a university called Maharishi International University that was established by a bogus guru, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who came to America before Srila Prabhupada in the 1960s, and he had many followers because he didn't present his teachings as a religion. He says this is non-sectarian. This is a technique to improve your life. And he gave out mantras for $35. He was a shrewd businessman. And so this kind of cheating attracted many people who wanted to be cheated. And he also instituted his system of meditation in the U.S. Army and in the various United States prisons. So this kind of meditation may be all right for the rascals because while they're sitting down meditating, they aren't engaging in any sinful activities. But for those who are advanced, they work for Krishna. So Prabhupada's motto in ISKCON was "Work now, samadhi later." There's no scope for sitting down and meditating in the Vaikuntha planas. The devotees and Krishna himself are always very busy in activities, all sorts of activities meant to please Krishna, and Krishna is always trying to please his devotees. And Krishna wants us to come back home, back to Godhead, more than we want to go. If you think of Krishna 24 hours, Krishna will think of you 26 hours. If you serve Krishna 7 days a week, Krishna will serve you 8 days a week. Krishna's so kind, and Krishna's expert in reciprocating with every devotee. It's not like God is limited. He can expand himself as many Krishnas to be with every devotee, just like in Dwarka, he expanded himself in 16,108 Krishnas to be with each and every wife. So each wife is fully satisfied. And the gopis of Vrindavan, they never engaged in any type of silent meditation. Have you heard of it? Of the gopis engaging in silent meditation? And one devotee was praising the gopis that they never studied the Vedas. The gopis never visited other places of pilgrimage. They never gave money in charity, but still they attain the highest benefit of pure love for Krishna, which is very difficult to obtain even by great sages. Even the demigods are not able to see the beautiful two-handed form of Krishna, but the gopis were so fortunate that they were associating with him personally. So by Krishna's association, they attained all perfection. And once when Krishna was a little boy, there was a thief who heard that there was a child in Vrindavan who was decorated with valuable jewels, and this boy's name was Krishna. So this thief wanted to go to Vrindavan, not for any spiritual purpose, but he wanted to plunder Krishna's jewels. So he traveled to Vrindavan, and he found out where's this little boy Krishna. And he saw Krishna decorated with these beautiful, sparkling, dazzling diamonds and gold earrings and bangles. And he asked Krishna, could you give me your ornaments? And Krishna says, no, my mother will be angry. So actually this thief became a great devotee of Krishna simply by Krishna's causeless mercies. So anyone who comes to Krishna for any purpose, he's benefited. Krishna's so kind. Any comments or questions? Yes, Jagannath Prabhu.
I was wondering when you were saying that service is the highest activity, I was wondering why is service considered the highest activity if we have such bad experiences in the material world of service to other, like slaves, laborers, and other things?
Because this material world is a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. So what is highest in the spiritual world is the lowest thing in the material world. Just like in chapter 15 in Bhagavad Gita, there's a description of the banyan tree, and this banyan tree has its roots up and it branches down. So this is a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. One time, Rupa Goswami wanted to prepare a feast for his elder brother and spiritual master, Sanatana Goswami. But Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami were living in Vrindavan, and at that time, Vrindavan was a great forest. It was not at all developed like it is now, and Krishna's pastimes were apparently lost, the places of Krishna's pastimes. But still, Rupa Goswami was telling the cook, and he wanted to cook something nice for Sanatana Goswami. And one day, this beautiful girl came there, and she brought ghee, rice, dal, vegetables, all the ingredients for a nice feast for Sanatana Goswami. And Rupa Goswami said, "Who are you? Where have you come from?" And she said, "I live in a village, and there was a ceremony there at my mother's house. So I brought these ingredients from that ceremony, and I want you to take them." Then she left these ingredients there. And later on, when Sanatana Goswami took this opulent feast, he asked, "Where do you get this? We're living in the jungle." And Rupa Goswami said, "Well, there's a beautiful girl who came here." And as Rupa Goswami described this girl's features, he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. And Sanatana Goswami had never heard of such beautiful features either. So they concluded that this girl must be Srimati Radharani. And Sanatana Goswami said, "Oh, you have taken service from Radharani? This is not good. We are meant to give service to Radharani, give service to Krishna, and you have taken service. This is not good." So the Goswamis always preach pure devotional service, and hearing this, Rupa Goswami began to cry. So Bhagavatam is always instructing us in pure devotional service, where we have to give up all our material desires, what we want, and do what the spiritual master wants, do what Krishna wants, and give up all mental speculation. And there are different kinds of mukti. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, after he was enlightened by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu about the personality of Godhead, formerly he was a Maya body, and it's very difficult to convert a Maya body into a bhakta. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his potency, he did it after listening to the Vedanta Sutra for 7 days. He explained Vedanta Sutra in the personal way of a pure devotee. And after hearing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's explanation, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "Now when I hear the word Sayuja Mukti, my mind becomes filled with fear and hate. Because in Sayuja Mukti, there's no chance of serving Krishna or serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And for a pure devotee, Sayuja Mukti is like hell." And Pramoda Nanda Saraswati also sung, "Kevalyam Nirkayate." Sayuja Mukti is just like hell for a pure devotee. Because in the Sayuja Mukti, the living entity tries to lose his individuality and merge into the existence of the Lord. And there are two kinds of Sayuja Mukti. One is the impersonalist who goes to the Brahmajyoti. And one other kind of Sayuja Mukti is the followers of Patanjali, the great mystic yogi. Patanjali's followers accept the eternal form of Narayan, the four-handed form, but in the ultimate issue, after attaining perfection, they want to merge into the body of the Lord. So actually, these Pantajali followers are more abominable than the other impersonalists, because although they have knowledge, they have higher knowledge of the transcendental form of the Lord, which is eternal, still they neglect to render service to the Lord. So they're the most unfortunate. They're the most abominable of those on the so-called spiritual path. Yes, Rishi Kumar Prabhu.
You were making some points about how you had mentioned that how that Maharishi yogi was a cheater because he was telling people, he was just giving them something to improve just their like material life. And then you were also talking about how the six Goswamis, they were preaching pure devotional service, like surrender to the spiritual master without any material motive. And I was wondering, some or many of our peers do a lot of preaching that we can see in videos and things online, and also our seniors too, where there's not really much, it's hard to find any talking at all about like Krishna or surrendering to a guru or giving up material attachments, but it's like a lot of, things, this is good for your life and stuff about relationships and how to be happy. But it's hard to find any talking about Krishna in this kind of preaching. And I was wondering if such things are helpful at all for us to be hearing.
No, because Prabhupada was always preaching pure devotional service, not mixed devotional service. By mixed devotional service, you'll never reach Krishna, because Krishna can be reached only by pure devotees, because Krishna is pure. And if we want to reach Krishna, we have to be free from all kinds of material attachments. And the reason I came to Rupanuga Veda College from Orlando, Florida, was there was a change made by the GBC Sesha Prabhu down there, and they removed the guru there, who had many disciples, but he had a habit of yelling at devotees when he saw some deviation, and the devotees didn't like to be criticized. So he was not very popular, but he was the first. He was one of the first sannyasis in Prabhupada's movement, and he's the sannyas guru, His Holiness the Dhanavir Maharaj. But he was removed, and this person from Fiji, who he had a full-time job as an accountant, and he's very intelligent. He could quote Shastra, but he doesn't practice very much, and his sadhana is hardly visible at all. And he comes to the temple on Sundays for a big weekend festival with his Indian friends. So the atmosphere isn't very good there, from what I heard. And he began the worship of Lord Shiva, which the previous acharyas never established an abhishek of Lord Shiva in their temples. And Prabhupada established the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So there's no scope for diverting our attention to any other person, even though Lord Shiva is said to be the greatest Vaishnava. Still, there's no need to worship him. And Lord Shiva was worshipped by many demons, like Rikasura and Ravana. So if we want to attract people like Ravana and Vikasura, then we could worship Lord Shiva. But if we want to attract pure devotees, we should stick to previous acharyas and simply focus our attention to Vishnu and Krishna. Yes, Jagannath Prabhu. Bhatanga Prabhu.
Thank you for your class, Prabhu. So essentially, and uh, there's like there's things called the Patanjali Sutras and things like that that are sometimes covered by devotees, and I'm kind of confused by the what I've heard about Patanjali because I don't know if you've heard this before, but supposedly Patanjali had the body of this half of his body was of a snake. Have you heard this before?
No.
Okay, so because I was wondering, I've heard this before, and I was wondering how that could possibly, how he could be such a renowned figure, known by so many, and have that form in the. Okay, thank you.
Jagannath Prabhu.
This was in your this is in relation to your answer to my question. You were talking about independence, so I was wondering why are independence and individuality not the same thing? Because in the material world, we're taught that independence is actually individuality.
Yes, Krishna's very kind. He gives the jiva souls minute independence, but not full independence. We're dependent on so many things. We're dependent on the air to breathe. If Krishna does not supply air, we'll all die. If Krishna does not supply water or vegetables and fruits and milk and grains, we'll all die. So one Vaishnava poet has prayed to his spiritual master, "Oh, Vaishnava Thakur, please accept me as your kakur. Please accept me as your dog." So a dog is fully surrendered to his master. So this is our goal, to be fully surrendered to Guru. Even if a master kills the dog, still the dog never protests. So if we have no more tendency to protest, then we could serve Krishna very nicely. Not that I'll also serve a guru if it gives me such and such salary, or yes, I'll serve Krishna if it gives me a nice place to stay or a particular service. No conditions for full surrender. In any condition, he may send me to China, he may send me to hell still. This is pure devotional service. And this is what Prabhupada teaches. It's time for this Sankirtan festival. All glories to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada.
Okay, so for the week of February 12th, can the devotees get a few instruments? For the week of February 12th, we'll read the scores for the pleasure of Sri Sri Gaurnitai, Tulsi Maharani, the Sampradaya Acharyas, Lord Nrsimhadev, Srila Prabhupada, His Holiness Dhanavir Goswami, and all the assembled devotees, and the devotees online. This week, we had 1, 2, 6. This week we had 9 book distributors. Hare Krishna. In the 9th position with one small book for a total of 0.25 book points. Bhakti and Kayla. Haribo. In 8th position with two small books for a total of 0.5 book points. Magadari Prabhu. Okay, here's one. Magadari. In 7th position with one medium book and one big book for a total of 1.5 book points. Jivadaya Prabhu. Haribo. Here's everyone can come and get prasadam cake sponsored by the Sunday Feast. In 6th, right? 9, 8, 7. 6th position with one Maha big book for a total of 2 book points. Radha Damodar Prabhu. Haribo. Devotees aren't too enthusiastic for Sunday feast cake or something. In 5th position with 2 Maha big books and 3 small big books for a total of 4.75 book points. Jai Keshava Prabhu. Haribo. In 4th position with 1 medium book, 2 big books, and 1 Maha big book for a total of 4.5 book points. Mataranath Prabhu. Haribo. In 3rd position with 6 small books, 6 medium books, 1 big book for a total of 5.5 book points. Mridanga Prabhu. Haribo. In 2nd position with 4 small books, 2 medium books, 12 big books, 6 Maha big books, and 1 Srimad Bhagavatam set for a total of 98 book points. Jagannath Prabhu. Haribo. In 1st position with 2 small books, 4 medium books, 6 big books, 12 Maha big books, and 2 Srimad Bhagavatam sets for a total of 176.5 book points. Rishi Kumar Das. Hare Krishna. So that makes the total for this week 18 small books, 14 medium books, 24 big books, 22 Maha big books, and 3 Srimad Bhagavatam sets for a total of 295.5 book points. Rupanuga Veda College ki jai. Okay. What is it? No, okay, yeah, the lady who 2 people, okay, I guess I'll just tell the whole story. 2 people came to the we were at the KC India Mart. This, I know it was really it's super ecstatic that we have a lot of book distributors this week, but still we didn't distribute that many books. So just so we know, because if you look at the score, it's not that many. The total is 295 book points, so it's still not that many, but now more of us are distributing them, so that's good. We can increase it from there. But Jagannath Prabhu and I went to the India Mart, KC India Mart, and we had a table there. And in the last 15 minutes, like 2 people came up and gave a really big donation. And then another person came up and got a Bhagavatam set. So we want the 2 who gave like at least for what I've seen, a really big donation. We wanted to give them both the Bhagavatam, the CC, and the Garga Samhita. And the one Mataji who was there, she came last night. So actually, really, Maharaj distributed this Bhagavatam set because we went upstairs and we were hoping we could give her the Bhagavatam set here because she didn't take it at the Indian store. She was super humble and she's like, I just want to support the temple. And when we brought her up to meet Maharaj, she was saying, I'm just looking for guidance. Like, what does Krishna want me to do? And one of the main things that Maharaj was emphasizing, he was saying, well, you should read the Srimad Bhagavatam. So we'll give you one. And then she was like, okay. So She took the Bhagavatam set, and then yeah. So that was nice. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The devotee, he's gonna take a Garga Samhita set and the Chaitanya Charitamrita. We have his address.
So my highlight was from the KC India Mart. Me and Rishi Kumar went, and it was the at the tail end of the night, and I wasn't getting much luck with a lot of. Actually, it was a pretty good day, but at the end of the day, I approached approached a couple, and they were older. They were middle aged, and what did I just told them, because we have a little sheet that we tell them about how we're doing renovations on the temple. So I told them about that. And one of them was on the phone, so I didn't think they were very interested. But the wife, she said, like, is there like a story of, is this the Ramayan? And I said, it's not exactly the Ramayan, but Lord Ram's story is summarized in one of these books. So she said, okay, I'll come back out. And I didn't think she would be interested, but after like 20 or 30 minutes, she came back out and she said, okay, I'm gonna eat some dinner, and then after 30 minutes, I'll be back out here to buy the Srimad Bhagavatam set. So I was ecstatic. And yeah, 30 minutes went by and we were about to start packing up and going. And then she came out with her husband. I didn't think her husband was going to take it because he did not look interested. But yeah, they they gave the donation for the Srimad Bhagavatam set, and Rishi Kumar really, like, he did a great job closing the sale.
Jagannath did the whole thing. I went to go swipe the card for them because I didn't know if that was set up on his phone. And then when I did that, my phone shut off in the middle of swiping their card, and it made the whole thing more difficult.
So yeah, that's my highlight. Thank you so much, Haribo.
We were on Harinam at the plaza, and I don't remember any real specific, but I was just passing out some books, and huh? Yeah, well, one Gita went out. It was, I mean, one the big book was or it's a Mahagita. Oh, SSR. Yeah. So yeah, we just uh were there at the plaza, and people were reciprocating. Transcendental Book Distribution, ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So I had just finished my rounds here, and somebody walked into the temple, and I was doing something behind the altar, some cleaning or something, and I noticed someone was here, and she approached me. She asked if I knew how to offer prasadam. So Krishna inspired me to teach her how to offer prasadam, and then I asked her about cookbooks. And she said that she likes to cook and she wants to find more out about, the process of making the food spiritual. And I got her 2 of our cookbooks, and then she felt inspired to give $100 donation. So that was very nice. She said that she saw that we were doing some construction, so she gave very, very nicely to RVC. So all glories to her service. Haribo.
Hare Krishna. Okay. He says, when we went on Harinam on the plaza, a couple walked by. He told a man about the Gita, and he asked if this is Buddhism. And he told him it is from the Vedas from India. So the man got a Gita and 2 small books. Transcendental book.
We were at the plaza doing Harinam, and it's pretty nice. Books are going out. Mridanga Prabhu is distributing some books. And, I was just engaging in playing the Mridanga. And I just thought, okay, let me make some money for Krishna. And I picked up the Bhagavad Gita and I just handed it to some couple. And they took it and they gave a nice donation. So, Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai.
On the plaza, there's a grandmother with her 7-year-old granddaughter, and sometimes show that they're a good influence and nice to people. And so I said, which of these are you interested in? This one's about philosophy, beyond illusion and doubt. And showed her another one, but showed her all the philosophers, Socrates and Marx. And so she ended up taking the philosophy, illusion and doubt. And then another person, I said, do you have a Srimad Bhagavad, do you have a Bhagavad Gita on your bookshelf? Or he said, I don't have room for that. My bookshelf is like really full. I don't have any. So I got out a nectar of instruction. I said, you have room for this one then. So got him that way. So Hare Krishna.
So I went to the these 2 small books. We're getting mixed up with last week. I think this time I went to the bank and I met somebody there. I met a boy there, and he walked out of the bank. We met each other when we were at the parking lot, and he walked out of the bank and I said, hey, you forgot something. So I followed after him and I gave him the small book, and it was nice. So I hope to see him. Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai.
Transcendental trickery. Sounds like
We were at Loose Park on Saturday doing Harinam, and an older Mataji stopped in front of us, and Radha Damodar pushed me to go give her a card. So I went up to her. I'm not exactly sure what I asked her, but she was like, she answered like, duh. She answered like, yeah, I grew up in New York in the 60s. I was very aware of the devotees and that scene. And I think she said maybe she knew of them and they invited her then. And I believe she said she read the Krishna book, and she told me like with this a big smile, like she really enjoyed hearing and reading about Krishna eating butter. So Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai.